所以确实，我以为跟刚才那个小孩就是很好的选择。呃，
Think the cult's signaling that we ain't welcome here. But I ain't too keen on heeding signs.
oh no.
Cowards! You've never have bested me without subterfuge! Unhand me, and I'll show you how a true acolyte fights!
Trouble ahead.
All did it through there?
Combatant scan.
Just kill them all.
Yeah.
Damn, I just killed them all.
I'll skin your faces off one by one if you don't let me out of here!
That certainly paints the picture, dear. Bit illogical, hardly persuasive, but good energy.
There best be a stiff bottle waiting for me if I ever manage to make it out of this barrel.
Last time I heard someone in this much distress, they downed a whole bottle of liftoff on a dare. He's done for.
Oh no, it's... no, 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 no. No, no, I'm really not. Well, there was uranium on my hands when I came in here, and now it's... Why didn't I wash them first? No, no, I got... Whoa!
Rub some ice on it. You'll be all right.
Why does it burn so bad? No, why didn't I wash them first? Thanks for the preposterously late advice. How about you leave me to endure my pulpy penury in peace?
Sorry about you melting, dear.
The rift is my gateway to transcendence. My piety is the key.
Why does it burn so? There was uranium on. Why didn't I wash them first? No.
Rub some ice on it. You'll be all right.
When all is
Let me out!
What?
Architect's balls! That was some fine killing! Would have preferred you'd left one or two of those traitorous miscreants for me to sharpen my blade on, but no matter. Serves me right, trying to help those sorely lacking in the gray. Betraying someone sent by the exalted.
Wait a second. Ah.
Don't spare anyone who frees me. The rest will die horribly, I promise you that! Architect's balls! That was some fine killing! Would have preferred you'd left one or two of those traitorous miscreants. Serves me right, trying to help those sorely lacking in the gray matter. But they rightly paid for their transgression. Betraying someone sent by the exalted leader of the glorious dawn herself warrants a painful death. Name's Asa. You You are?
Betraying someone.
We are simply a group of enlightened individuals seeking to spread the truth of the rifts, despite our persecution by those who seek to keep the masses aimless and distraught. The rifts only seem destructive because we are looking at them from the point of view of imperfect, mortal bodies. To be deconstructed by a rift is to be reborn in perfection. None whatsoever. All I know is that they were planning on killing me by filling my room with Zeranium gas. I was here to help them scavenge for old order technology to further investigate the wonder of the rifts. The rifts are a device of the architect to hasten humankind's perfection. They reduce whatever comes into contact with them to mathematically perfect information. We are nothing but that information, but we cannot see that because we exist in a chaotic and disordered reality. The universe is decaying, and our efforts to manage it are futile. The rifts are a perfectly ordered phase of existence. No chaos, no striving, no suffering. Peace and unity with the architect themselves.
Ridiculous. The rift's existence is an anomaly, nothing more. Their existence begs for correction.
I see no need to respond to such heresy. You are obviously ill-informed. You cannot tell me we're not of like minds and similar temperaments. This doesn't end here. I have similar business at the N-Ray range. These fools were only part of the contingent that betrayed me. I aim to see them pay the same price. Oh, maybe with more disemboweling. I could use your help there, and I'm sure my particular talents could be of service to you. If you'd deign to take me on, of course. Sorry to hear that. I suppose I'll gather my souvenirs here and be off to the end. So if you happen to change your mind, stop up.
first ventilation shaft nor my last.
What is it? And you think I can...
Alright.
Ah, you're back. I knew you'd want me on your crew once you pondered my offer further. I'd love to join up, but it seems you already have a full contingent.
Really, Commander? You're swapping me out for her? All right. When you need someone you can act...
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go kill. I can't believe I'm surrounded by idiots. Not you, I mean the other idiots. They betrayed me. They betrayed the Dawn. They need to die. What more is there to know? Who can say what drives those who have clearly lost?
The answer to that might require a dangerous amount of self-awareness. Dangerous to all those around you.
It will be for the swine who betrayed me. Oh, you mean the range itself? It's a site for enemies can be deadly once processed, and they should be fairly contained. Though I wouldn't put it past those fools to have meddled with things beyond their comprehension. I just hope they haven't all gotten themselves killed before I've had a go at them. Such as? We are simply a group of enlightened individuals seeking to spread the truth of the rifts, despite our persecution by those who seek to keep them.
So, you decided the crew needed another cutthroat, did you? I don't mean to criticize the faults in your logic, but you realize Asa is a completely inefficient killer, yes? Well, to admit I've always wanted an understudy. Someone to pass on my vast knowledge of but Asa? I'm uncertain she's the right choice to inherit it. However, perhaps you see something I yet haven't, and I should keep looking. I'll need to ponder this further. May... I don't require a seer to predict we'll never agree on theology, Asa. Have you ever considered not killing everyone who disagrees with your beliefs?
Where's the fun in that?
Removing someone from the equation isn't supposed to be fun, dear. It should be a last resort, lest you introduce too many random variables.
What are you talking about? Random variables are the fun.
What happens next may surprise you, but not us. Avid followers of our addictive playlists are already aware of which song follows. Interested in receiving our weekly selection of mathematical clues? Visit your local predictory.
Initiate Carrington, audio log entry, 10. My orders were to watch for the enemy. Specifically, to never break line of sight to my assigned field of view. But I can hear them advancing along the shore to the south. It's fine. Others have been assigned that field of vision. This is the most efficient method of defense. Architect, they're getting closer. Perhaps I'm taking my orders too literally? I'll just... No. Trust in the equation. Trust in those greater than I in the order. I will keep looking forward for enemies from that vector. I am not afraid. I am not afraid. I have faith that the architect...
This one appears to have been too terrified to even look at us. I almost feel bad killing us. Almost.
Well, what happened to this place?
For torpification.
Wrist weapon prime!
I'm back and stand. Yeah.
Now this is just sloppy. If I wasn't already here to kill all these traitorous fools, I'd be forced to use one or two as an example to the rest.
We can hear those wriggly little grub fingers of yours. Bring them close so we can chop them off.
Stop your silliness, fool! The only ones losing body parts around here today are you and your traitorous friends!
Commander, if I know one thing for certain, murdering members of the Order isn't my role within the grand plan. Oh, I've been operating outside of known parameters since before I can remember, dear. I know well, but attacking the Order, the true Order, not those turncoats we fought.
We can hear those wriggly little grub fingers of yours. Bring them close so we can chop them off.
Stop your silliness, fool! The only ones losing body parts around here today are you and your traitorous friends!
Put 36 cubed divided by the standard rate of fluid flow, and you multiply by...
Look at the state of this poor fool. They just left her bleeding out? Exsanguination is an art. Where's the precision, the pride in their work?
There's a cultist behind you! Wait, surely she's with you. No, of course not. Architect's mercy, thank you. It is so much easier to be polite when I needn't fear all of my bones sliding out of my body. Oh, dear Archivist Clemens has been so strange lately. So distant, so agitated. And not his normal agitation, mind you. This is something different. Much worse. He's like a wire stretched beyond its breaking point. Not a harsh word to anyone, but being in his presence, well, it's as if his stress is infectious. He's deeper in the facility, working on something he deemed to be of the utmost importance. Either he is still below, continuing said work, or he is, and with all those cultists gallivanting about, I don't fancy.
Please, with the way my so-called brethren are comporting themselves, he's more likely to die of boredom. If I was in charge here, all of you'd be dead.
Yes, I'm sure he'll kill them quite well. The crazed people like your friend here have been sowing destruction throughout the range for days. I've seen few firsthand. That isn't because they've gone. Rather, I believe they have become visibility deficient. These cultists broke in from above and immediately set about damaging what they could. I don't know the specifics, just that they can't be seen through normal means.
Their actions are inexcusable. Science allows us to unveil the wonder of the rifts. We do not disrespect it. Now, is there any science around here we can use to find and kill them?
It's a shame the facility is in shambles. We've an N-ray scanner device that may render the cultists far easier for one to locate. The scanner is an optical device designed to detect electrical signals and the N-rays given off by all living beings. Visible or not, it was stored nearby. But with the damage to the facility, you'll likely need to use the maintenance vent on the wall there behind the screen to get anywhere near it. Oh, there's no such thing as invisibility. I can only theorize that their visual forms were sent out of phase when they haphazardly tampered with pressurized N-rays. I appreciate your aid. I'm going to wait here and try to prevent my wounds from
There's the N-ray scanning device the scientist was talking about.
Everything must be enough before it can become everything.
Enemy in vicinity.
Salvation lies in annihilation.
Standing by to stupefy.
Closing in!
It wasn't intentional.
killing. You've opened the way forward. Very good work.
Yeah.
Huh?
Proceeding to attack.
We kill them all!
Combatant scan.
Both eyes open.
Leave at once.
That's a Glorious Dawn communication device. Our cells use them to send and receive encrypted messages.
Victor, I fully understand the importance of your work. This is exactly why I push you so. Your moral justifications for delaying your delivery are misguided. Dead is dead. What matter is it if their ends come in 1 minute or 3? If you seek to be humane in your duties, fine. So long as I get the explosives in time. But if we fail to act, the Order will be lost forever. Collateral damage was always inevitable, Victor. And the longer you take in your laboratory, the greater your risk of being caught becomes. If that happens, but I should remind you that such a failure will result in vastly more suffering for all parties involved. We need those explosives now, Victor. Victor, dead is, but if we, and the longer, but I
You hamper my attention with your dis...
Resorting to violence. Yeah.
Understand true transcendence.
I'll handle this.
Look at the sad little sprat in his corrugated metal cage. Why don't you unlock the door?
Mobilizing.
Enemy moving into hostile. Trust me.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
You, friend of friends, are a greater ally than any number of fellow scienticians. Oh, thank you very, very much for dealing with those cult...
What? Where? I thought we dispatched with all of those traitors, charlatans. Fine. Just trying to add some levity into this pathetic creature's drab existence.
I can see it would be best for me to tactically overlook your comrade. Very well. I see you possess our N-ray scanner. Ooh, ingenious device. If I'd had it, I may have evaded being trapped here. Oh, I shouldn't have had to worry. Damn that Victor, and damn his hubris. Fitting that his experiment would cause so much strife, and he would be untouched by the ensuing pandemonium. Pardon my excitement. It's been an eventful day. I don't know the specifics, only that Victor was performing a procedure utilizing processed N-rays. When those cultists flooded the range, in the ensuing chaos, Victor's experiment was destroyed. I know some cultists were killed, but many more still live, moving unseen through the range. Because he refused to follow procedure. He didn't take an assistant or allow anyone to see his data, and now it's all consigned to oblivion. waste. There's no such thing as invisibility. The cultists are out of phase. Also, I strongly recommend most of the cultists died immediately upon exposure, and according to past experiments, those that haven't are experiencing But if you're not attached to the solid state of your organs, I suppose it might be nice to be less visible for a few hours. Although it requires further investigation and experimentation, out of phase refers to a shift in the dimension. They are physically here, but only partially, hence their unseen state. It's fascinating. But the outstanding fear for my life has made it difficult to think scientifically. Oh, believe me, this is more excitement than I ever wanted.
Silent plasma pistol. That's what I want. Oh. Oh, okay. It's not that good, but it is silenced.
a statistic, Commander. Recharge the mayhem! I have a fix on their weaknesses. I'm known to hold a grudge, you know. Don't make me confiscate your weapon.
I cannot believe this. How many times must I say only death lies ahead? Observe. You the time for that is over. Please. Cultists and interlopers breaching my defenses at once? I should have anticipated this. There is but one option left to me. To save Arcadia, to ensure the future, we must both die.
Oh, not again.
Because the Order cannot be hindered by war or by compromise. Any obstacles must be removed. As if DeVries does not receive my explosive, she will resort to a violent assault. Many will die, pointlessly, and in agony. I can at least deliver them. I thought this explosive vest would be an unnecessary precaution. All I can hope is that by blasting us both from the field of play, the Order shall find its way to truth. Want has nothing to do with it. I have very specific instructions on how to proceed in the face of contingencies such as yourself. And you cannot possibly understand whether I am or am not capable of martyrdom. You do not know my depth of character. You read my terminal. I cannot. No, you're not with the Order. You cannot understand why this would be.
I beg to differ. I'd likely understand any analytical or theoretical justification you claim to have better than you do, scientician.
I heard tell of an Order operative recently being spotted in the field. A legendary figure one who'd be eminently capable of understanding the difficult decisions that must be made for humankind's ascension. That's you, isn't it? The end point?
You are correct, Victor. I am the endpoint, and I am well equipped to understand your reasoning, should it be sound.
Very well. I can spare words with you. Explain if the Order is not prevented from reaching its true potential and solves the universal equation, all scientific uncertainty and any associated suffering will end. If what you say is true, then you have my tentative thanks. However, scientific certainty would absolutely have prevented that from happening. We would have predicted it. DeVries opened my eyes. The Order is on the path to absolute truth. And if they are not interrupted, this truth can be pursued. Soon, the one right path for humanity revealed to us. Politics cannot bind us. Uncertainty cannot strangle. And no one can be allowed to waltz in and hurl our plans into disarray. What? How do you not understand the present situation? What coward would strap an explosive device to himself? That's not all this. Helping DeVries, completing the work on my explosives is important. It matters. DeVries agrees. to admit it. As we've spoken, I can't fight you any longer. I still believe there are acceptable risks. I've been a fool going along with this farce.
This poor fool seemed intent on doing himself and us both. Impressive work convincing him otherwise. Let's say I have a go at him with my disemboweling knife. See what he knows. You're a loss. Don't like to boast, but I am quite the artiste with a knife.
I believe that's another thanks I owe you. You certainly keep interesting company. I found a way to, via the use of processed N-rays, send objects out of phase. It was inconsistent, but I was close to isolating the... DeVries needed explosives for her plan. By making them unseen, the explosives could be placed as efficiently as possible. No one would be maimed or injured, just killed. Saying that out loud now, it sounds unreal. But somehow, I convinced myself that leaving no survivors was more humane. It's a shame I can't speak to a vicar. I appreciate your consideration. Things could have been very different. Here, it is the key to my quarters. Take whatever you find. That will ensure that I cannot use any of it to further DeVries' aims. You've certainly convinced me I cannot remain here. May we meet again.
Dude, this guy... This guy's crazy.
Not entirely surprised I had to abandon my cover identity earlier. Knew there was a risk if I took action, but when the attack on the outpost opportunity occurred, I had no choice. I do so hope you'll forgive my thoroughly convincing deception, dear. I'm not so sure Proctor Svoboda was capable of crashing cargo pods into additional Antes installations. Still glad I stopped it. May all?
Killing traitors is quite fun, is it not?
So what? Go to his headquarters? Let's do it. Oh. Huh?
Fellow Loyalists, it is time. Due to the Earth Directorate operatives' continued meddling, we must increment our timetable by a factor of hours, not days. Accordingly, our forces have taken over the monastery. Those I predetermined to be resilient to reason have been executed. The rest should not cause us trouble. I have locked the lift to prevent the agent from reaching the monastery, but the following code will grant you access. 34145. I will continue my work from here, supplying Augustine with everything she needs for our plan to succeed, and delaying the agent as I'm able to. May the results of our actions today secure a more prosperous tomorrow for our sacred order.
What?
Seer Wiley isn't very good at this whole seer business, is he? Nice of him to just hand us the code like that. We should remember to mock him for that as he bleeds out.
Oh my.
Damn it! We've killed every traitor in this place, but their treasonous scum of a hierarch wasn't among them. The leader of a cell. In this case, that would be Ziegler. And extinguishing him is obvious. They were operating under his orders. But since he wasn't here to lead them in person, they would have maintained regular contact using one of our communication devices. We should return to the one we saw earlier. It will hopefully yield some worthwhile information.
This looks like a really good weapon. Yeah, go to his headquarters.
Victor, I feel dead is, but if we, and the longer, but I. Victor, dead is, but if we, and the long, but I.
Thank you again for your help. I shall collect my belongings and, well...
Consider self-preservation a priority.
think I basically didn't realize this. Right?
I appreciate your help. Dying makes it so difficult to see the results of your theses.
Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. I'll go grab this. Oh, okay. That's great. The last one might probably be here or here.
you're back. Please tell me you've had some luck in finding us compression. Lovely. Every coil, it's a start.
Everything ready, Commander. Discounted all participating Auntie's Choice vendors.
Hunkering down.
Earning my kill.
I guess we got some contractors working this site now.
Hostilities are afoot. Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. I would not refuse medical support. Thank you, dear. Combatant scanned.
I'm alive.
Go for torpification.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, dear. Ratcheting up my aggression. Adversary vulnerable.
focus on their weaknesses.
Victor wasn't exactly the partner in crime I envisioned DeVries to have. Someone with a little more grit. That man back there? Reckon a tough crossword puzzle would have eventually sent him over the edge, even if we hadn't come along. I'm glad we were able to show him a little grace. DeVries obviously manipulated him into acting against his conscience. Ever wonder what might have happened if DeVries had let us in on her initial plan? Surely we wouldn't have been taken in by her rhetoric like Victor. Right? No, yeah, of course. Stupid question. It's just, I look at someone like Victor and see the trap I might have fallen into. True. But DeVries, she's good at deconstructing folks, uncovering their points of failure. She'd have known I had my heart set on being. After Triangulum, all I wanted was to do for other colonies what Augustine had done for mine. Still do, if I'm honest. Maybe not. The past 10 years have more or less proven that out. Thanks for letting me wax for a bit. We can get back to what we were doing now. Unless there was something else you needed. It was less merger and more. I don't have all the details, but it sounds like Spacer's Choice tried to outmaneuver Anti-Cleo through quasi-legal means and got a hell of a lot more than they bargained for. Now her new brand's been turned into an invasion force bent on conquering the entire system. Funny how life works out. Oh yeah? What's needling here? I could ask you the same thing. Protectorate has a way of casting a pall over that too. You'll see. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd gone back to my old life instead of becoming an agent. Stayed on Triangulum, become an engineer. I knew joining up with the Earth Directorate wasn't going to be a life of low turbulence, but at least it had dignity and purpose to it. How much dignity in having your limbs blown off? Sorry, that was blunt. I just get tired of talking around. But back to your initial question, I regret becoming an agent? Yeah, some days. Only thing I know for sure is my opinion today is colored by more than just the rosy tint of a low-run kid looking up at the stars. Life's not fair, but it keeps on. You buttering me up for a favor? I'll tell you right now, I'm not taking extra shifts cleaning the head. Well then, thanks. Just hope that good opinion of me holds. I've got time. Like most colonies, good people being ground down from above. A lot of fancy talk from suits about streamlining, quarterly earnings while them on the line bear. Triangulum's known for churning out freighters, and shipbuilding ain't exactly known for being clean, safe work neither. Can't remember a time I didn't end the day all banged up, filthy, and smelling like I just crawled out of an exhaust port. Never forget your first time manually flushing a propulsion tank. Funny thing was, I wasn't even an engineer back then, but I wanted to learn, so I paid attention. Too good of attention, as it turned out. I was working late one evening and overheard something I shouldn't have. Some bigwigs exchanging inside information that would have cost the corporation a pretty bit. A day later, I was being accused of corporate espionage. Didn't want to bring any heat down on anyone else, so I went on the run before the first jackboot showed up at my door. Not as worried as I was about what would happen if I was caught. Probably they would have spaced me and called it. I was on the run for, I don't even know how long. The days sort of bled into one another. I started losing hope, but then the Earth directorate showed up. They liberated Triangle, pulling me and the rest of the colony out from under the corporate boot. Joining up after that just made sense. She was one of the forward agents who went ahead to assess just how bad Triangle had gotten. We met while I was in hiding. I helped her learn the lay of the land, as it were. She was no nonsense. I thought her one of the smartest people I'd ever met. And while she could also be cutting, I felt like I only caught her edge when I liked her. And for some reason, she seemed to take a shine to me. But she wasn't around long. By the time I officially joined up, she'd already moved on to the next mission. Sure was. Kept hoping I might run into her during training. But now I know she was busy turning her coat here in Arcadia. My folks shuffled off the motor coil when I was little. Assembly line accident. Got passed between some distant relations for they tried their best. Weren't cruel or nothing, but life on Triangulum was tough. I didn't like feeling like I was adding to their burden, so I struck out on my own just as soon as I could. And well, you know how that turned. Yeah. Thoughts crossed my mind over the years. Especially when it was just me and Val. No point missing something you're never getting back, though. That's either hope or foolishness, Commander, and I can't tell which. Even if we survive the rift, 10 years is a long time to be gone. No word. They probably figure I'm dead. Avoid it all. Now you got me thinking about it. How about this? If we ever make it out of this system, I'll take you back to Triangle and make the introductions myself. Oh yeah. They're gonna get a real charge out of you.
street yet. Hear anything good?
Sub Rosa.
Latest contraband came in. Look like quite the haul. You just bought a shooter from not a weapons store, right?
Keep a low profile. We're trying to run a respectable criminal operation here.
Did you have Dow learn for a replacement?
Nah, bought one of our resident doctor's dental tools instead. Looks fearsome.
This. I actually don't know what I'm doing. But it works. What?
Salutations once more.
Greetings again. Hope that little day excursion you and I... Libations or information? What's your poison?
The encampment had been razed. I'm sorry to say there were no survivors, but I believe we were able to uncover what transpired.
What is this? Souls.
I should add, your observations during the investigation were unexpectedly keen.
I'm surprised. Didn't know if you had it in you, especially with an arbiter in tow. But you got what was needed. I'd be happy to direct you to the broker. First, though, there's a malfunctioning lamp in the basement I need someone to take a look at. Here's a keycard to get you down there. You mind? Just trust me and go give it a look.
About this, I recruited a Protectorate subject direct link from Bastion, middle of a Protectorate holding.
Think I'll congratulate you for risking your hide to recruit one subject?
Forgive me for withholding. You're jealous of my charms.
Yeah, real jealous. So are the half-dozen ACAD execs I recruited last week. We're all just vomitous with envy.
Anyone had asked me, I'd have put the odds of a live arbiter finding his way into my chambers at 1 in a few trillion. Good that you didn't come here for blood, Arbiter Rao. Barney would have sniffed it out and broken you in twain. And I do disdain mopping up Protectorate corpses. My apologies. Barney is sometimes overzealous in the guarding of my body, though when it comes to Protectorate arbiters, it is perhaps warranted.
If you know who I am, you must know why I'm here. My mentor died under vague circumstances, and I desire any information pertaining to the specifics of her death.
Interesting. That question appears to be at odds with High Command's public statement on the matter. Losing faith in your masters?
No. But I cannot shake the sensation that something was awry with her passing. If you know something, tell me. Please.
I could get used to this kind of groveling. Your instincts are right, Arbiter. Though we don't know the specifics, I received information that your mentor's body bore signs of a fight, and a nasty one. Someone killed her.
I shall in time, when fewer prying ears abound.
If that's all, I think you'd best get along. I prefer not to sully my quarters with Protectorate lackeys. Live ones, anyhow.
And I prefer to limit my time with scheming blackguards. Let us take our leave from present company. Speak to me outside if you would. There's something I'd care to ask you.
Run along now. I've spent more than enough time entertaining wayward sprats.
If I ever see you around here again, I'll say thanks.
You're not gonna get dead out there. Stick with Sub Rosa. We're the fun, shady
Welcome to the
organization.
moral gray area, stranger.
Heard you're in league with Sub Rosa. Good.
Arbiter typically does not require the assistance of others. We are expected to act as wholly, but I fully realize that had I not your aid during our investigation, I gauged your trustworthiness and did not find it wanting. What say we travel together? I think you have earned forthrightness. I came to Free Market Station to seek the true killer of my mentor, the Supreme Arbiter. Sub Rosa deals in information, and were thusly my best lead on her killer. They gave me less than I'd hoped, but it was at least a start. Unfortunately, I cannot act truly alone. I have no ship, and no support. My colleagues have accepted that her death was a natural one. Questioning an explanation of that nature is... Nonetheless, the circumstances of her death trouble me. I cannot allow myself to accept the explanation that's been put forth without investigating to the fullest of my abilities. Utilizing one of our craft for independent purposes would have rendered me conspicuous. I knew Sub Rosa would offer steady transport as long as I paid their exorbitant fees, just as I knew they would collect information on my every... But I neither trust them, nor have the funds to continue this relationship for much longer. You, on the other hand, have proven to be a capable partner. I hold my word in highest regard. Were I to pledge allegiance to you, the pact would be nigh unbreakable. Barring some extreme action on your part. I do not know your allegiance, and accordingly shall not speculate. Suffice it to say, for now, that I fear the true killer is within the Protectorate. I will keep to my convictions in any case, but I understand. What instructions would you have me follow? Considered this eventuality. I will listen to your words, and I shall follow your orders. I will not assail enemies of the Protector, but if my sense of duty outpaces my willingness to comply with an order, or if you attack my brethren unprovoked, our relationship will come to an abrupt end. Excellent. I hope our working relationship...
Rubbing shoulders with Protectorate arbiters now, are we? I'll reserve judgment. Hopefully, he can as well.
Very well. I shall locate whichever craft seems the most out of place, for something tells me this shall lead me to yours.
Fine for me. Hey, browse all you like. Everything I've got is fine-tuned to perfection. That's privileged information, friend. If you want, just jesting. Although if you did want to kill me, I've got many finely priced perforators tuned to do just that. Perhaps you'd be inclined to take a look at my ware? Feel free to go on a...
Blades, bludgeons, bombs, blunderbusses.
Doctor here. Get your stitches.
Protect your loved ones.
Only tell me what you need. Booming now. Used to be a few other armor. As it happened, their owners mysteriously vanished. I picked up their inventory. It sure was a convenient windfall for yours truly. Real convenient. Exactly. I wish some other sorts around here who like to cast aspersion can do.
Get caught unawares all you like. My armor will keep you safe.
These are all the mod.
We need to get back to the N-ray range so I can use the communicator there. Ziegler is in dire need of an introduction to my disemboweling knife.
assume you're not against us.
from our own merchants. Got people who still trust better gear.
Trying real hard not to be insubordinate-like, Commander. But this Asa, we got enough to worry about as it is, and adding this much chaos to our little crew can't end well. You sure we ought to be helping her? I'll try to keep an open mind, Commander. But if she comes at me with a knife... Anyway, appreciate you hearing me out. Reckon Victor's a shining example of what happens when you fall in with the wrong crowd. But I'm real glad we managed to talk him down. He seems a gentle sort.
Arbiter Rao has been admitted to the ship. This unit will proceed with a Protectorate Welcome Protocol, which may include burning, prodding. Agent Ibarra refers to this as somatic tolerance testing, and really funny.
Glad you stopped by. I had something I wanted to ask you. Now that we're out of pulping distance, that hammer's a fine piece of weaponry, sure enough. How much can you trust the hand wielding it? I'm flattered. But if there's any match to be made for a Directorate agent, you've just brought him onto our ship. Armed. Arbiters ain't like us. Facts matter less to them than personal judgments. Once the boulder's going, someone's getting crushed. I've seen it happen more than once. What's that saying? You are the company you keep? That optimism of yours never flags no waves, does it? Maybe you're right to give him a chance. But I'll be keeping my lamp. I'm guessing you didn't come here to talk about Rao, though. So what's on your mind?
Huh. Yeah.
Arbiter Rao has been admitted to the ship. This unit will... Agent Ibarra refers to this as somatic tolerance testing, and really funny.
Glad you stopped by. I had something I wanted to ask you. Now that hammer's a fine piece of weaponry, sure enough. How much can we trust the hand wielding it? I'm flattered. But if there's any Arbiters ain't like us. Facts matter less to them than personal judgments. Once the boulder's going, someone's getting crushed. I've seen it happen more than once. What's that saying? You are the company you keep? That optimism, I'm guessing you didn't come here to talk about Rao, though. Oh yeah? What's needling you?
You might follow a ruinous religious doctrine and be driven by irrational, bloodthirsty urges, but you're a rather effective killer, and I respect that.
That means a lot, coming from such a ruthless purveyor of death. Wish you'd let yourself really get into it sometimes, though. Get your face and hands drenched in blood.
That sounds disgusting, dear. Though I do appreciate the sentiment.
Right? It was great meeting you, Niles. You're right. An agent's life is a busy one, and there's little time for meeting with citizens to say farewell in person. But we are happy to be of service. As for your question, there's absolutely no reason you couldn't become an agent if you put your mind to it. It only requires hard work and a dedication to the greater good. I have no doubt that you have what it takes to be one of the best and the brightest, Niles. Good luck to you. And look me up if, or should I say when, you become an agent.
I find our decision to spare Victor troubling. We've only his word he would not return to De Vries's fold. Allowing him to live is a risk, and an extreme one. I'd hope your reasoning to be sound. If you insist. I too have experienced my share of strain, and I have never been struck by the urge to blow myself up. Certainly, I consider myself an open tome. Quite well. I am able to uphold justice wherever it may flag. Bolstered, of course, by your... Was there more in this vein you wish to discuss? Why, he is of the matriarch's direct lineage. Only he possesses the understanding to lead us all. Someone not matriarch ordained would... May his leadership of Arcadia last for many years. I hope someday to be party to his glory. If I had one wish, it would be that he leaned less upon the Consul's guidance. The Sovereign alone knows what is best for Arcadia. Meddlers should not be abided. She taught me all that I know. Her teaching style was stern, but enlightening. If ever I erred, she would teach me. Though she did not raise me from infancy, I was brought into her tutelage quite early. I spent a great deal of my life. Her death weighs leaden on my shoulders. We must find her killer and bring them to justice. Less justice in our cape in every respect, save being humans, and perhaps even that is arguable in the Sentinel, where arbiters uphold justice and loyalty within the Protectorate. The Sentinels operate on its fringes. They are clandestine operatives, little more than alleyway backstab. I find them wholly unnecessary. As you might expect, they are the Consul's pet project. Straightforward. I was trained from a young age under the tutelage of Supreme Arbiter Marthana Andros. Only those rated most highly on the Protectorate Acumen test could be placed even among the ranks of arbiters. And to be mentored by the Supreme Art. Moreover, she taught her protégés to seek out evidence before judging as they saw fit, despite the fact that an arbiter needs nothing of the sort to declare something a crime. An arbiter would never abuse their power. Every action we take is on behalf of the sovereign and upholding the... In any other society, I could see such a scenario resulting in anarchy, but the Protectorate is matriarch ordained. Our devotion is ironclad. Why would they need to? The Protectorate, anything beyond the norm, is unnecessary at best and actively traitorous at worst. As the Protectorate's most elite, we protégés needed to be able to think flexibly and adapt to situations that faced us should they... At least, I believe that's why. Would that I could still ask her. Alas. Ask, and I shall answer. Who amongst our motley assortment would you care to discuss? I find Agent Ibarra most curious. His system of values differs from my own, but not so much as I would expect. He faces an interesting dilemma as an isolated member of the Earth Directorate. As do you, of course. I hope you both remain steadfast to your values. She is an endearing piece of engineering. Her continued functionality, despite though she retains certain quirks. Earlier, she bumped into my head, bleating, "Please do your part to keep the incognito clean. Remove any and all foreign mineral deposits." She is an enemy combatant, and were I not in your command, I would be honor-bound to bring her low. Yet, she is also oddly intriguing. She does not possess the scavenger's appetite of her colleagues. Perhaps if I came to know her better, I might, find techniques to use against her fellows. Her decision to break from the corporatist is impressive indeed. I merely hope it does not muddy the waters of her resolve. Marisol possesses a calculating resolve that has nothing to do with mathematics. Had I anything to fear from her, she would have struck already. I can work alongside her, but I shall keep my guard high nonetheless. I have absolutely no inkling whatsoever why you would choose to bring a deranged cultist aboard. Aza's kind plagued Arcadia even before the invasion. To be forced to call her colleague is almost... I can only hope she does not see it fit to pilot our ship into a rift to sate her own macabre ambitions. Verily, idle gossip.
What are we standing around jawing for? There's mayhem and murdering to be done. Such as? Nothing of much worth to tell there. I'd rather hear your story. At all cost. I like the sound of that. I hope you gutted those fools. Can't abide the unenlightened who would curtail our behavior out of their... Joining the Glorious Dawn freed me of such nonsense. They gave me a completely new life. Wiped away all traces of fear and repression, and replaced... My world used to be devoid of color. Everything was gray. Now everything is vibrant, like the arterial spray of a freshly opened vein. I'm still not interested.
Did you need something? Happy to provide unbiased observational data. Ah, your young colleague. Competent, practical, crack shot. Saddened by his years of isolation, but also honed like me. He would be a formidable target of assassination. He seems like a nice young man, dear. You want me to say something nice, dear? He has good taste in adventure serials, I suppose. Otherwise, no redeeming qualities. She has an aptitude for killing, although it's quantity over quality with her. I'm glad she's on our side, but I'm still sleeping with my goggles on proximity alert mode. She possesses surprising scientific aptitude, particularly in the medical field. Good to see she's finally recognized her true value. Auntie's choice never deserved her. Her model is a design classic, and the aftermarket mods she received from Niles are most impressive. We'd be dead many times over without her. She makes me laugh more than anyone. I'm not hearing a question. I am a dedicated member of the Order. Beyond that, there's really little you or anyone need to hear about. Consider yourself lucky. You already know more about me than anyone else I've met in the last 20-odd years. Information free of context can be off-putting, confusing. I mentioned before I was part of the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection. My role there, you may recall, was I was tasked to influence pivotal events, to keep the solving of the equation on track. Something occurred. I needed to step off the board a while. To put it mildly, after after the incident in question, seeking refuge seemed prudent. Dorado appealed to me because it was off the board but not completely remote. There I could fly low for a time, but observe. So I believed. Our department was shuttered shortly after Ruth Pissar took office. To avoid undue attention, I remained in hiding. May all our endeavors...
Commander. Who exactly? Niles? He's fun to torment. I mean, he's equal parts enthusiastic and naive, even with all he's gone through. I find her amusing. In a best not to torment her or she'll kill us all kind of way, which I completely respect. Of course I do. What's not to like? To envy? Her style, her lethality. Oh, she's a professional for architect's sake. I wish I'd known about her department when I was growing up. Even as a child, I know they'd have seen my potential. Tristan's a standard issue arbiter, albeit with an extra slathering of arrogance, especially when it comes to ensuring the Protectorate's inane laws are followed without question. But as long as that ridiculously large hammer of his isn't pointed in my direction, I could watch him administer justice all day. Though he'd be loath to admit it, his propensity for violence almost matches my own. Not only does she possess more heart than your standard corporatist flunky, she's a great deal smarter as well. Don't tell her I said so. She's fortunate she ran into you. Otherwise, I've no question she'd have died from her graft, still cluelessly devoted to aunties despite her intelligence. Such as?
Last piece might be over there. Might be.
This is it. The Dawn's communication device. Not much.
but there are a few encrypted messages from Ziegler reporting on a rift in Paradise Island he was sent to study. Idiot didn't even have enough respect to stay to kill me himself. Well, it's of no consequence. Now that I know where he is, let's go show him the error of his ways. I'm right behind you. But...
Threat detected.
Go for torpification. Target analyzed. Lay down. You've suffered extensive damage, Commander. Either restore my life or avenge my death. Corpification in progress. Taking the fight out of them.
I'm not going to deny killing these traitors was invigorating, but their leader still needs to be dealt with. That I'm really going to enjoy.
Sharpen up. Hostiles nearby.
Standing by to stupefy. Combatant stand. Resorting to... This might sting. A lot. Down. Torpification in progress. Check your scope.
Either restore my life or avenge my death. I'm not going to deny killing these traitors was invigorating, but their leader still needs to be dealt with. That I'm really going to enjoy.
Why are you still alive? There's been some ghastly mistake. We must speak on the latest revelation before you compound it by killing me. You're obviously unaware that you've been officially marked for death. Otherwise, you'd have killed yourself and saved us all the trouble. It's unfortunate I was unable to inform you of this before you killed so many loyal members of the Dawn. But so be it. Glad we were able to clarify all of that. Well?
This idiot obviously thinks I will just kill myself on his say-so. Ziegler, what's got into your brain pan? You used to be a dedicated member of the Dawn. How could you think there was a legitimate kill order on me?
You were revealed as a betrayer through the sanctified channel. How can you disobey a revelation from on high, when you yourself exhorted us constantly to never do such?
You make a compelling point. But then again, so does my knife. Let me introduce you to it. Why the fuck not? You're such the jester, Commander. You actually had me going there for a minute. Now, where were we? Oh, that's right. It's time to stick Ziegler here like a cysty pig on a spit.
You thought you agents were durable, Pat?
Negative. Recharge incomplete.
First weapon prime!
I can't believe what Hierarch Ziegler was saying. How could there be an official kill order out on me? The poor fools probably thought they were just fulfilling their duty. If only it were that simple. It should be impossible for someone to infiltrate our communication systems, especially when it comes to a high-level communique. Unless they somehow have our codes. This could only mean that one of our members has been compromised. Of course not. What a ridiculous question. Never. And I'd thank you not to suggest such. Damn straight they should have. I have no idea. If I go anywhere near one of our encampments, I'll be forced to kill members who believe they're following orders. Of course, any member of the Dawn who turns on me without thinking is asking for death, but this could still make solving this even... Don't worry. I'll stay on as part of your crew until I get this all figured. It's given me an impressive amount of opportunities for killing, and all the killing helps me think.
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to how it was?
The grand plan is the predetermined order to the entire universe.
Grand Architect!
And high probability, a rogue faction has taken over the monastery. My Seer Wiley, is trapped up there to make matters worse, my access code's not working. Without it, I've no way of calling the lift. Peace talks. Yes, Ruth informed me, but how did you learn of them? No one outside a select circle are supposed to be aware they're happening. That's a serious accusation. Why would I do such a thing? No, I can't discuss this right now. The monastery. The truth is, I held Wiley back. I kept him from advancing for my own selfish gains by spreading lies and false concern over his competence behind it, but I needed him. I still need him. I'm not the savant he is, never have been. If he'd advanced beyond his current role, my deficiencies would... I'm sorry, but we really haven't the time to litigate this issue further. In case I didn't make it clear before, the monastery is currently in jeopardy. Representatives of Auntie's Choice and the Order are meeting to discuss an armistice and possible collaboration. I know I mentioned it before, but compartmentalization is crucial to the success of most of the Order's operations. I wish I could offer more details than that. But I'm afraid I won't be accompanying you. I can't be sure my presence wouldn't alter the outcome of your efforts in prodigious and unforeseen ways. Once you reach the monastery, make your way to the observatory. If the conspirators are seeking the coordinates of the talks, no doubt their efforts will be go forth as was determined, and may the plan guide you. That's certainly a relief. Let's hope we live long enough to enjoy the fruits of your
I assure you these traitors haven't factored us into their equations. Ready to be the hole in their math?
Alright, call it there.
I am 100% certain that its tensile strength is marginally greater than our combined weight. Probably.
Wait, look! Someone just came up via the lift. It must be unlocked. Watch out for Wiley. He's accounted for everything. He'll know you're coming.
We'd love to help, but not as much as we prefer to leave. Plan guide you.
That's a lot of their body.
Void it all. I told him he wasn't going to make. Hey, body's not even cold yet. Show a little respect. Roger always said he wanted his body donated to the Order if it'd help advance the plan. But I'm sure this wasn't what he had in mind. Can any of this really be in service to the universal equation, like the Sears claim?
Seer Wiley said I wasn't on his list and let me go. He must have predicted I wouldn't fight back. I don't understand. Where's the Abbot? Why isn't he doing something? I don't understand. Where's the Abbot? Why isn't he doing something?
What is this?
That's all bluster. We're an unpredicted variable in his equations, and he knows it.
Setting into motion the future most aligned with the plan. Hold that belief in your minds. Let it strengthen your resolve, and do not hesitate. The time for ideation is concluded. Now is the time for execution. Those outside the Order, and some simpletons within it, claim that all things happen for a reason. But the wise among us know that nothing occurs without a catalyst. Today, we are that catalyst, setting into motion the future most aligned with the plan. Hold that belief in your minds. Let it strengthen your resolve, and do not hesitate. The time for ideation is concluded. Now is the time for execution. Those outside the Order, and some simpletons within it, claim that all things happen for a reason. But the wise among us know that nothing occurs without a catalyst.
generous of Seer Wiley to leave us this
Hostile in proximity.
nightlight. Sorry. Rejuvenation device.
That device may be the deciding factor in whether you live or die in the near future. Unless you can expedite hemostasis and proliferate new tissue on your own within a fraction of a second.
No. But I have been told my pain tolerance exceeds normal thresholds.
Your mother must be so proud.
Why? I wouldn't mind just fighting them directly, but I just don't know why.
Found another one. Damn it. I knew there'd be a high probability of fighting, but I didn't think...
Enemy spotted.
None of that. Remember what Wiley told us.
Document every corpse you find so we have an accurate head count later?
Well, yes, that. But also not everyone will share our vision of the plan. We gave them the option to join us. It's not our fault they chose wrong. Indelibly eradicate algorithmic dissonance.
May all solutions precede problems.
The charismatic mathematician was not so dissimilar to us. He donned his jumpsuit 1.3 pant legs at a time.
Found the thing.
Assessing.
Solutions precede problems.
Contraption inaccessible. Assessing. Contraption inaccessible. Assessing. Contraption inaccessible.
Inquiring.
Investigating phenomena.
Source of the clamor identified.
So close and yet maddeningly far. Proceeding to dismantle.
It's Fibonacci, a sequence largely summing to preceding numbers gives us math that brings grants us wonders. Define the recurrence relation. Get us to sequence summation. She from Labrabasi. Indelibly eradicate algorithmic dissonance.
Integral precision.
We have time for a quick dip.
Those are N-ray junction boxes. That scanner might be useful to see how this place is wired up.
I'll handle this. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Well, if I could, but alas, it's not charged.
Taking cover.
Torpificator is charged.
Recharge for mayhem!
Check your scopes for combatant analysis.
You are a rogue! Either restore my life or avenge my death!
Combatant scanned. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Consider self-preservation a priority.
Displacing to fortified coordinates! A fractional effort!
Effects on the weaknesses.
I'm alive. Pony!
Taylor to me one more time. Scientific advancement should not come at the cost of the grace and dignity of innocent lives. That is all I am saying. Armed conflicts are not the inevitability you are making them out to be, Anya, but rather the result of a populace failing to adhere to scientism's stoic imperative.
Oh, and I suppose we're going to pretend the second pillar doesn't exist? I must have just imagined reading Alfred Long's 75
Anchorites, be warned. Any conversation with these two may prove pedantic.
You're in luck. I just finished my third reread of it. Chapter 47 is a real treat. When we're finished speaking, I'll put it in the collection drawer, but do take care with it, especially around the bath. We lose more good books that way. The anchor hold is proofed against sound to allow us to conduct our work in quietude. Hence the speaker unit you're using now. What happens outside is of no concern to us.
This calling is not something you just sign up for, especially when you haven't even familiarized.
Actually, an outside opinion might be useful at this juncture. Our current topic is whether war is ever justified. For the sake of time, please keep your answer brief. And how do you predetermine the harm of action against the harm of
We make those estimates all the time. That's the whole reason
We're going in circles again. If only we had access to the materials we requested, perhaps we could settle this debate. The search for answers to life's important questions often yields powerful rewards. Who knows? Something.
And if that's not enough, we still have some order arms and armaments from a recent demonstration we gave. You'd be welcome to one or the other. I need the book Only Real Numbers, The Casualties of Appeasement by Exemplar Kwong. Second edition.
And I require Archivist Mahler's dissertation on de-escalation theory. You should be able to look. I'd also caution against borrowing additional titles. The scribes are absolute fusspots when their work goes missing. More or less, Seer Wiley put the question to us last week. Naturally, the problem of interference versus non-interference. Oddly, he has not returned for his solution, which is just as well since we remain divided on an answer, though I'm confident we'll get there.
Augustine? Sure. She's got a mind for provocative hypotheticals. Asked a lot more interesting questions.
I will add it has been some time since we last saw her. Not since before the schism, in fact. Why do you ask?
Augustine was obsessed with the rift. She wanted to know all the potential routes the Order might take to We explained that the rift is an aberration of the plan's natural order.
corrupting time and space and creating uncertainty. Consequently, apologies, but gossip doesn't fall under our purview. We've secluded ourselves here to avoid such distractions, so I'm sure I have no notion of what you're referring to. Good for him. About time someone put theory into app. What my colleague means is Landon Wiley is among our most gifted and dedicated seers. Whatever action, I do hope no one's been hurt, though. I see. That is distressing to hear. But as we in the Order like to say, the plan, much appreciated.
That's just plain wrong. Whoever wired this up should be expelled from the Order. I thought they had some self-respect.
Have you acquired the scholarship we asked for? Of course you do. You're currently standing outside of, as anchorites of the Order, it is our duty to postulate on the universe's perplexities for the benefit of observers. In this way, we advance the plan through empirical knowledge. We observe periods of rest like all living creatures, but otherwise, yes. Anything else we can assist you with?
Proceeding to attack.
Will be terminated.
I know this ain't gonna get to the abbot, but I have complaints that need registering anyhow. This monastery's too big for the staff we've got. And it sure seems like the scienticians and thinkers here ain't fixated on keeping neat. I might just be a novice, but at 73 years of age, I have enough self-respect that I shouldn't be picking up another body's lavation towels. Still, ain't as bad as it was in Auntie's choice. But that don't mean it's good. I just ask you folks to remember that there's more of importance out here than just your numbers.
Mobilizing. It's the unknown variable.
Nowhere near as interesting as the taxidermied cross-sections displaying their internal organs I made when I was a child.
Resorting to violence.
Order as its preeminent luminary. And without our intervention, she would make peace with the primitive minds of Auntie's choice. This must be prevented, whatever the cost, or humanity's ascendance will be forestalled by centuries, if not millennia. Stand onto a test of order aptitude. And whom do we blame when a student fails? to a test of order aptitude. And who do we blame?
Well, this is quite modest. Very simple and austere. Can hardly guess who lives here. Did the abbot take a vow of resplendency?
Auntie's choice. This must be prevented. The stalwart agent arrives. I need more time to finish my work, so I've prepared a choice for you. The hostages in the card press before you will die unless you intervene. If you go through the door on the right, you'll find the means to save them by solving a simple puzzle. Leave through the other door, however, and they will die, screaming in abject terror. But how could you call yourself an Earth Directorate agent if you allowed that to transpire?
As if we'd fall for their stalling tactics just to watch these poor fools die slowly and horribly, mangled like punch cards. What were we talking about again? Definitely not. We should be the only ones killing hostages around here.
Like the cut of your jib. Hard way it is, then.
Very high probability. Wiley trapped us here. He let some others go, but didn't even give us the chance to surrender.
He's lost his wits! Kept going on about his puzzle and research.
Upstairs. Got must be where you get the key to Uncle Fred. Hurry!
Normally, I'd suggest picking the lock on that safe, but it looks to be rigged to that ridiculous puzzle up above.
Sharp enough. Hostiles nearby. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. That's to waste our time on.
Check your scopes for combatants.
Ratcheting up.
Reviving me is strategically optimal.
Get the ball rolling.
Does it solve the problem? Oh God.
Look, they obviously meant for this to waste our time. Let's just find a way to kill the hostages so we can move on.
Didn't I tell you our friend would be back? Hurry! Disable the coin press machine!
Sausages.
Time will tell if that was a good idea.
Not that I was concerned, mind you. Thank you, stranger. We should be okay here for now. Go pay Wiley his just dividends. For all of us.
Okay, launcher. 19.
All according to the plan. Yeah. Wiley almost killed us.
What the crazy guy?
Excellent timing. We're nearly finished reviewing the material. Oh, well, now, this is unexpected. The arguments in this text seem to have highlighted a teleological flaw I fear my own.
You too, huh?
Under certain conditions, de-escalation becomes impossible, leading to negative outcomes, including outright annihilation.
But maybe annihilation itself serves a purpose we're simply unaware of. You were right before. Participating in a war only produces an entropic feedback loop.
Entropic. Entropic.
You too, huh? But maybe annihilation itself serves a purpose we're simply unaware of. You were right.
I see someone has been reading On the Origin of
Mental carceration and the potential unreality of conscious experience adds an interesting dimension.
Perhaps later. For now, I feel we should reward our guest with their choice of reward, given the idiosyncratic nature of his conclusion. Armor or weapon? Very well. You can retrieve it from the same drawer where we appreciate your time. If you have a spare 4 hours, feel free to stay and observe our period.
it was a clean bisection. Roger would appreciate that, I think.
Inexplicable input. Well, time allotment exceeded.
Extrapolating.
Standing by to stupefy.
Enemy spotted.
Combatant scanned.
Either restore my life or avenge my death.
Identifying
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
I'm alive. Who needs to die?
Investigating disturbance.
Mobilizing. Target analyzed. Lay down.
This place should be open after I...
Yeah.
Anomalous outliers!
Fortificator at ready status.
Proceeding to attack.
Variables.
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Restore my life or avenge my death.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Mitigating the threat.
I'm alive. Who needs to die?
Oh, here's the riddle. Oh my god. Alright. I think I'll stop it here, and next time I'll start with this riddle. Okay? Alright, goodbye.